Fairy Piggy Pig.
No. Once upon a time, in a beautiful kingdom nestled between rolling hills and sparkling rivers, there lived a king and queen who longed for a child. They wished upon every star in the night sky, hoping that one day their dream would come true. And finally, after many years, their prayers were answered when a beautiful baby girl was born. The little princess had the most amazing golden hair anyone had ever seen. It shimmered like sunbeams and was as soft as silk. The king and queen were overjoyed, and they named their daughter Rapunzel after the delicate golden flower that had bloomed in their garden on the day she was born. As Rapunzel grew, so did her hair. It grew faster than anyone could have imagined, and by her third birthday, it was already trailing behind her like a golden river. The princess was kind and gentle, with a voice as sweet as a nightingale's song. She loved to sing and play in the castle gardens, her long hair flowing behind her like a magical cape. But not everyone in the kingdom was happy for the royal family. There was an old witch named Dame Gothel, who lived deep in the dark forest. She was jealous of the king and queen's happiness and the princess's beauty. Dame Gothel had always wanted a child of her own, but she had never been blessed with one. One night, when the moon was full and the kingdom was fast asleep, Dame Gothel crept into the castle. She snuck into little Rapunzel's room and cast a wicked spell on the sleeping princess. The spell would make Rapunzel's hair grow even faster and give it magical healing powers. Before the king and queen could stop her, Dame Gothel snatched Rapunzel from her crib and disappeared into the night. The witch took the princess deep into the forest, where she had built a tall tower with no doors and only one window at the very top. It was in this tower that Dame Gothel raised Rapunzel, telling her that the outside world was a dangerous place and that she must never leave. As the years passed, Rapunzel grew into a beautiful young woman, her golden hair now so long that it reached the bottom of the tower when let down from the window. And so, our story begins with a lonely princess trapped in a tower, dreaming of the world beyond her window, and wondering if she would ever find a way to be free. Every day, Rapunzel would sit by the window, brushing her long golden hair and singing beautiful melodies. Her voice was so enchanting that even the birds would stop to listen. She spent her time painting, reading books Dame Gothel brought her, and dreaming of what life might be like outside the tower. One sunny afternoon, a handsome young man named Prince Flynn was riding through the forest. He had wandered far from his kingdom, seeking adventure and excitement. Suddenly, he heard the most beautiful voice he had ever heard floating through the trees. Curious, he followed the sound until he came upon the tall tower. Prince Flynn circled the tower, searching for a way in, but found no doors. He called out, "Hello! Is anyone up there?" Rapunzel, startled by the unfamiliar voice, peeked out of the window. She had never seen anyone besides Dame Gothel before. "Who are you?" Rapunzel asked, her heart racing with excitement and fear. "I'm Prince Flynn," he replied, bowing gracefully. "And who might you be, fair maiden?" Rapunzel introduced herself and explained her situation. Prince Flynn was amazed by her story and her incredibly long hair. He promised to visit her every day and keep her company. For weeks, Prince Flynn came to the tower, and Rapunzel would let down her hair for him to climb up. They talked for hours, sharing stories and dreams. Rapunzel taught Flynn how to paint, and he told her about the world beyond the forest. With each visit, they grew closer, and soon they fell in love. One day, Prince Flynn had an idea. "Rapunzel," he said, "why don't you come with me? We can explore the world together." Rapunzel's heart soared at the thought, but she hesitated. "But Dame Gothel says the world is dangerous, and how would I even get down from here?" Prince Flynn smiled and said, "We'll figure it out together. I promise I'll keep you safe." Excited by the prospect of freedom, Rapunzel agreed to leave with Prince Flynn. They planned their escape for the following night when Dame Gothel would be away gathering herbs. As the sun began to set on the day of their planned escape, Rapunzel's heart was filled with a mix of excitement and fear. She had never known anything beyond the walls of her tower, and the thought of leaving the only home she had ever known made her hands tremble as she packed a small bag with her most treasured possessions. She looked around the room that had been her entire world for so long. The colorful paintings that covered the walls seemed to whisper memories of lonely days spent dreaming of adventure. Rapunzel's eyes welled up with tears as she touched the soft bristles of her paintbrushes one last time. "Am I doing the right thing?" she whispered to herself, her voice quivering. The thought of disappointing Dame Gothel, who had raised her and cared for her all these years, made her heart ache. Then she remembered the warmth in Prince Flynn's eyes when he spoke of the wonders beyond the forest, and a spark of courage ignited within her. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Rapunzel heard Prince Flynn's familiar whistle. Her heart raced as she let down her golden hair for what she hoped would be the last time. As Flynn climbed up, Rapunzel's mind swirled with questions. What if the world wasn't as wonderful as Flynn described? What if she couldn't adapt to life outside the tower? When Prince Flynn reached the window, he saw the doubt in Rapunzel's eyes. He took her hands in his and said softly, "Rapunzel, I know you're scared. It's okay to be afraid of the unknown, but I promise you, the world is full of beauty and wonder. And we'll face it together." His words wrapped around Rapunzel like a warm embrace, calming her fears. She looked into his eyes and saw a future full of possibilities. With a deep breath, she nodded, ready to take the leap into a new life. As they prepared to descend the tower, Rapunzel took one last look at the room that had been her sanctuary and her prison. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she whispered a goodbye to the life she had known. But as Prince Flynn gently squeezed her hand, she felt a surge of hope and excitement for the adventures that awaited them. As Rapunzel and Prince Flynn began their descent from the tower, they heard a sudden, angry cry. Dame Gothel had returned early and discovered their escape plan. The witch's eyes blazed with fury as she shouted, "Rapunzel, how dare you try to leave me?" Prince Flynn quickly helped Rapunzel to the ground, and they started to run. But Dame Gothel, using her magic, appeared before them in a puff of smoke. "You ungrateful child." She hissed at Rapunzel, "After everything I've done for you." Rapunzel, trembling but determined, stood her ground. "Dame Gothel, I'm grateful for your care, but I can't stay locked away forever. I want to see the world and make my own choices." The witch's face contorted with rage and hurt. "The world is cruel and dangerous. I was protecting you." Prince Flynn stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "With all due respect, Dame Gothel, keeping Rapunzel prisoner isn't protection, it's control." Dame Gothel raised her hands, ready to cast a spell, but Rapunzel's next words stopped her. "Please, Dame Gothel, I love you, but this isn't right. Can't you see how unhappy I've been?" The sincerity in Rapunzel's voice made the witch pause. For the first time, she truly looked at the young woman before her, seeing not the child she had stolen, but a strong, kind-hearted person capable of making her own decisions. Rapunzel continued, her voice growing stronger. I know you care for me, but love isn't about keeping someone locked away. It's about trusting them and wanting them to be happy. Dame Gothel's hand slowly lowered, the anger in her eyes fading to sadness, but I'll be all alone, she whispered. Prince Flynn, seeing an opportunity for peace, spoke up. It doesn't have to be that way. Rapunzel can visit you, and perhaps you could even come to the castle sometimes. You don't have to be alone. Rapunzel nodded eagerly. Yes, we can still be a family, Dame Gothel. Just in a different way. The witch looked from Rapunzel to Prince Flynn and back again. She saw the love between them and the hope in Rapunzel's eyes. Slowly, the bitterness that had hardened her heart for so many years began to melt away. With a deep sigh, Dame Gothel nodded. I'm sorry, Rapunzel. I thought I was protecting you, but I was wrong. You're right. You deserve to be free and happy. Tears of joy and relief streamed down Rapunzel's face as she hugged Dame Gothel. The witch, surprised at first, slowly returned the embrace. Prince Flynn watched with a smile, relieved that the conflict had been resolved peacefully. As they parted, Dame Gothel looked at Prince Flynn and said, "Take care of her." And Rapunzel, remember, you'll always have a home here if you need it. Rapunzel smiled brightly. Thank you, Dame Gothel. I promise we'll visit often. And so, with hearts full of hope and newfound understanding, Rapunzel and Prince Flynn set off towards their new life together, leaving behind a tower that was no longer a prison, but a place of reconciliation and new beginnings. Oh my goodness, wasn't that an exciting adventure, my little ones? Can you imagine how Rapunzel felt when she finally stepped out of that tower? I bet her heart was beating super fast, just like when you try something new for the first time. How do you think Dame Goth felt when she realized Rapunzel wanted to leave? It's okay to feel sad or scared when things change, isn't it? But remember, sometimes change can lead to wonderful new experiences. I wonder, if you were Rapunzel, what would you want to see first in the big wide world? Maybe you'd want to run through a field of flowers, or splash in a cool river, or taste yummy new foods you've never tried before. And wasn't Prince Flint so brave and kind? He showed us that sometimes talking and understanding each other can solve big problems better than fighting. Do you think Rapunzel will be happy in her new life? I bet she'll have so many amazing adventures. Maybe she'll even learn to paint bigger pictures on castle walls instead of her tower room. Remember, my darlings, it's important to be brave like Rapunzel and try new things. But it's also good to remember the people who care about you, just like she did with Dame Gothel. Now, close your eyes and imagine what kind of adventures you'd like to have if you were Rapunzel. What would you explore first in the big, beautiful world? Alright, my little princes and princesses, it's time to settle down and get ready for Dreamland. Let's take a deep breath together, just like Rapunzel did before she left her tower. Breathe in and out. Feel your body relaxing, sinking into your cozy bed. Imagine you're in a beautiful castle, just like the one Rapunzel might live in now. The walls are painted with magical scenes, and soft moonlight streams through the windows. Your bed is as soft as a cloud, and your blanket is warm and snuggly. Close your eyes and picture Rapunzel's golden hair, shimmering like starlight. Maybe it's wrapping around you like a gentle hug, keeping you safe and warm. Listen closely, and you might hear her sweet lullaby floating on the night breeze. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the wonderful adventures you might have in your dreams. Perhaps you'll climb a tower of your own, or ride through enchanted forests on a noble steed. Maybe you'll even meet Rapunzel and Prince Flynn and join them on a magical journey. Remember, just like Rapunzel found her happy ending, you too will wake up to a brand new day full of possibilities. So rest easy, my little ones, and let your imagination soar as you float off to the land of dreams. Sweet dreams, sleep tight, and may your night be filled with wonder and delight and all. In a cozy cottage nestled at the edge of a lush forest, there lived a kind-hearted baker named Mr. Crumbly and his loving wife, Mrs. Sweet Pea. They had 7 mischievous sons who were always up to some playful tricks. The boys loved to run through the village, climb trees, and splash in the nearby stream. Their laughter echoed through the air, bringing joy to everyone who heard it. One sunny morning, Mrs. Sweet Pea woke up feeling a bit under the weather. She had a tickle in her throat and her nose was all stuffy. Mr. Crumbly decided to make her some warm soup to help her feel better. As he stirred the pot, he realized they were out of fresh herbs from their garden. Boys, he called out to his sons, who were playing in the yard, I need your help. Could you please go to the garden and pick some rosemary for Mommy's soup? The 7 brothers looked at each other and grinned. They loved helping their parents, but they also loved to play. Sure, Dad. They chorused, but as soon as Mr. Crumbly turned his back, they started a game of tag instead. Meanwhile, in the same village, there lived a wise old woman named Granny Whispers. She had long, silvery hair and eyes that twinkled with magic. Granny Whispers knew all sorts of spells and could talk to the animals in the forest. She often helped the villagers with her magic, but she also knew that magic should be used carefully. As the day went on, Mr. Crumbly kept asking his sons to fetch the rosemary, but they always found an excuse to keep playing. The soup bubbled on the stove, and Mrs. Sweet Pea's sniffles grew worse, Mr. Crumbly began to worry that the soup wouldn't be ready in time to help his wife feel better. Little did the family know that their lives were about to change in a most unexpected way. The sun began to set, painting the sky in beautiful shades of orange and pink. It was then that Granny Whispers felt a strange tingle in her fingers, a sign that magic was in the air. She looked out her window towards the baker's cottage, sensing that something extraordinary was about to happen. As the evening shadows grew longer, Mr. Crumbly called out to his sons one last time. Please, please, we really need that rosemary for your mother's soup. It's getting late. The 7 brothers, tired from their day of play, finally decided to go to the garden. But as they stepped outside, they began to argue about who should pick the herbs. You do it, said the oldest. No, you, replied the second. I'm too tired. I'm the third. Their bickering grew louder and louder until Mr. Crumbly, frustrated and worried about his wife, shouted from the window, "Oh, I wish you would all turn into crows." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the garden. The boys' laughter turned into startled caws as feathers sprouted from their arms. In the blink of an eye, where 7 boys had stood, now perched 7 black crows, Mr. Crumbly gasped in horror, realizing what his hasty words had done. He ran outside, calling for his sons, but the crows flapped their wings and flew away into the darkening sky. Inside the cottage, Mrs. Sweet Pea heard the commotion and came to the window. When she saw the crows flying away and her husband's distraught face, she knew something terrible had happened. "Oh, my dear," she cried. "What have we done, mister?" Crumbly, with tears in his eyes, explained how his angry wish had transformed their beloved sons. Mrs. Sweet Pea's heart broke, and she forgot all about her illness as she and her husband held each other, wondering how they could undo this magical mishap. Meanwhile, Granny Whispers felt the surge of magic from her cottage. She grabbed her walking stick and hurried towards the baker's home, knowing her help would be needed. As night fell, the 7 Crow brothers found themselves lost in the deep, dark forest. They huddled together on a high branch, confused and scared. They could still understand each other, but their human voices had been replaced by cuz and squawks. "What are we going to do?" asked the youngest, his feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "We need to find a way to become human again," said the oldest, trying to sound brave for his brothers. As they pondered their fate, a twinkling light appeared in the distance. It was coming from Granny Whisper's cottage, deep in the heart of the forest. The crows, drawn to the warm glow, decided to fly towards it, hoping to find help. Back at the baker's cottage, Mr. Crumbly and Mrs. Sweet Pea sat by the window, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The soup pot stood forgotten on the stove, its contents now cold and untouched misses. Sweet Pea's illness seemed insignificant compared to the loss of their children. "Oh, my dear boys," Mrs. Sweet Pea whispered, her voice trembling. "If only we could hold them one more time. Tell them how much we love them, mister." Crumbly nodded, his eyes brimming with tears. "I never meant for this to happen. I was just so worried about you and frustrated with their disobedience. If I could take back those words, I would in a heartbeat." As they sat in silence, memories of their sons filled their minds. They remembered the sound of their laughter, the pitter-patter of their feet running through the house, and the warmth of their hugs. Each recollection brought both joy and pain, knowing that those moments might never come again. In the forest, the 7 Crow brothers huddled closer together as they flew towards the twinkling light. Despite their new feathered forms, their bond as brothers remained strong. The oldest crow led the way, determined to protect his younger siblings. "I'm scared," chirped the youngest crow, his little wings trembling. "Don't worry," cawed the second oldest. "We're all here together. We'll figure this out." As they flew, they thought about their parents back home. They imagined how worried and sad they must be, and guilt washed over them for not helping when asked. They realized how much they took their family for granted and longed to be back in their warm, loving home. you think Mom and Dad still love us?" asked the middle crow, his voice filled with uncertainty. "Of course they do," replied the oldest firmly. "They're probably looking for us right now. We just need to find a way to let them know we're okay." The brothers' hearts swelled with love for their parents and determination to find a way back to them. They realized that being together as a family was far more important than any game or mischief they could get into. As they neared Granny Whisper's cottage, a mix of hope and fear filled their little crow hearts. Would this mysterious light lead them to a solution, or to more danger? Despite their apprehension, they knew they had to be brave and face whatever lay ahead together. In that moment, flying through the dark forest, the 7 brothers felt a strength they had never known before. They weren't just siblings anymore, they were a team, united in their quest to become human again and return to their loving parents. As the 7 crow brothers approached Granny Whisper's cottage, they saw the old woman standing in her garden, as if she had been expecting them. Her silver hair glowed in the moonlight, and her kind eyes twinkled with understanding. "Welcome, little ones," she called out softly. "I've been waiting for you." The crows landed on the fence surrounding her garden, cawing nervously. Granny Whisper smiled and waved her hand, casting a gentle spell that allowed her to understand their crow speak. "We were turned into crows by accident," explained the oldest brother. "Can you help us become human again?" Granny Whispers nodded slowly. "I can help, but the magic that changed you is strong. It will take great love and sacrifice to break the spell. Meanwhile, Mr. Crumbly and Mrs. Sweet Pea had set out into the night, searching for their sons. They called out into the darkness, their voices hoarse with worry and hope. As they wandered deeper into the forest, they saw a faint light in the distance. Granny Whisper's cottage. Back at the cottage, Granny Whispers explained to the Crow brothers, "To break this spell, you need someone who loves you deeply to recognize you in your crow form and be willing to sacrifice something precious for you." The brothers looked at each other, their beady eyes wide with concern. How would their parents ever recognize them as crows? Just then, they heard familiar voices calling out in the forest. "It's Mom and Dad!" Hawet, the youngest, excitedly. Granny Whispers smiled. "Go to them. If their love is true, they will know you. The 7 crows flew towards the sound of their parents' voices when Mr. Crumbly and Mrs. Sweet Pea saw the flock of crows approaching. They were initially startled. But as the birds drew closer, something stirred in their hearts, Mrs. Sweet Pea gasped, "Oh, my darlings, is it really you?" The crows cawed joyfully, circling their parents, Mr. Crumbly felt tears well up in his eyes as he recognized the unique personalities of each crow: the protective oldest, the mischievous twins, the curious middle child, and the playful younger ones. "What must we do to bring them back?" Mr. Crumbly asked, his voice filled with determination. Granny Whispers appeared from the shadows. "To break the spell, you must be willing to give up something you treasure dearly." Without hesitation, Mrs. Sweet Pea removed her wedding ring, a family heirloom passed down for generations. Mr. Crumbly took off his prized pocket watch, a gift from his own father. "We give up everything for our children," they said in unison, placing the items in Granny Whisper's outstretched hands. The old woman smiled, touched by their love. She waved her hands over the treasured objects, which began to glow with a soft, golden light. The light enveloped the 7 crows, lifting them gently into the air. "Oh my goodness, can you believe what's happening? I'm so excited to see what happens next, aren't you?" Let's all hold our breath together as we watch the golden lights around the 7 Crow brothers. Can you imagine how their hearts must be racing? I bet Mr. Crumbly and Mrs. Sweet Pea are feeling so many things right now: hope, love, and maybe a little bit of worry too. Have you ever felt like that before? It's okay if you have, because sometimes big changes can make us feel all sorts of emotions. Now close your eyes for a moment and picture the forest around them. Can you hear the rustling of leaves and the soft hooting of owls? Can you feel the cool night air on your skin? It's almost like we're right there with them, isn't it? I wonder what the brothers are thinking as they float in that magical light. Do you think they're scared or excited? Maybe a little bit of both. Let's send them some brave thoughts to help them through this magical moment. Can you do that with me? Take a deep breath and think really hard about being brave and strong. Oh, look! Some something's starting to happen. The light is getting brighter and brighter and brighter. What do you think will happen next? Let's keep watching and find out together. As the golden light fades, we see the 7 brothers, now back in their human forms, hugging their parents tightly. Everyone is crying happy tears and laughing with joy. Granny Whispers smiles warmly, knowing her magic has helped bring this family back together. The forest around them seems to sigh with contentment, the trees rustling gently in the night breeze. The stars twinkle brightly overhead, as if celebrating this magical moment. Now, as we leave this wonderful story behind, it's time for us to close our eyes and drift off to sleep. Imagine you're lying in a soft, just like the one the 7 brothers will sleep in tonight. Feel how warm and comfortable you are. Take a deep breath in and slowly let it out. With each breath, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation. Think about all the love you saw in the story, the parents' love for their children, the brothers' love for each other. Let that warm feeling of love surround you like a soft blanket. As you drift off to sleep, picture the twinkling stars above Granny Whisper's cottage. Count them slowly in your mind, letting each one carry you further into peaceful slumber. Sweet dreams, and may your night be filled with magical adventures and happy endings. Once upon a time, in a faraway kingdom, there lived a kind king and queen. They had everything they could ever want, except for one thing, a child of their own. They wished and hoped for many years, and finally, their dream came true. The queen gave birth to a beautiful baby girl with golden hair and eyes as blue as the summer sky. The king and queen were overjoyed. They decided to throw a grand celebration to welcome their little princess into the world. They invited everyone in the kingdom, from the nobles to the common folk. Even the fairies were invited to bestow magical gifts upon the baby princess. On the day of the celebration, the castle was decorated with colorful banners and fragrant flowers. The air was filled with laughter and music. People from all over the kingdom came to catch a glimpse of the precious baby princess. The highlight of the celebration was when the fairies came to give their gifts. One by one, they approached the cradle where the little princess lay, waving their sparkling wands and granting wonderful blessings. The first fairy, Madame Twinkle, gave the gift of beauty. "Sweet princess," she said, "you shall grow to be the most beautiful maiden in all the land." The second fairy, Lady Melody, blessed the princess with a voice as sweet as a nightingale. "Your songs will bring joy to all who hear them," she promised. The third fairy, Miss Graceful, granted the princess the gift of dance. "You shall move with the elegance of a swan," she declared. Just as the fourth fairy was about to give her gift, something unexpected happened. The castle doors burst open with a loud bang, and a cold wind swept through the hall. Everyone gasped as they saw who had arrived. It was Madame Malice, the wicked fairy who hadn't been invited to the celebration. Madame Malice's eyes glowed with anger as she strode towards the cradle. Well, she sneered. "What a lovely party. It seems my invitation got lost, didn't it?" The king and queen trembled, realizing their mistake in not inviting her. Before anyone could stop her, Madame Malice raised her gnarled wand and cast a terrible spell. "Listen well, all of you," she cackled. "The princess shall indeed grow in grace and beauty, beloved by all who know her. But on her 16th birthday, she shall prick her finger on the spindle of a spinning wheel and fall into a deep sleep from which she shall never awaken." With a wicked laugh, Madame Malice disappeared in a puff of green smoke, leaving everyone in shock and despair. The king and queen were heartbroken. How could they protect their precious daughter from such a cruel fate? But all was not lost. A fourth fairy, Madame Starlight, hadn't given her gift yet. Though she couldn't completely undo Madame Malice's curse, she could soften it. "Dear princess," she said gently, "if this evil spell should indeed come to pass, you shall not die, but merely sleep. And from this slumber, you shall be awakened by true love's first kiss." From that day forward, the king ordered all spinning wheels in the kingdom to be destroyed. He hoped that by doing so, he could prevent the curse from ever coming true. The years passed, and the princess, whom they named Aurora, grew into a kind and beautiful young woman, just as the fairies had promised. To keep her safe, Aurora was sent to live in a cottage in the forest with the three good fairies, Madame Twinkle, Lady Melody, and Miss Graceful. They disguised themselves as ordinary women and raised Aurora as their own, calling her Briar Rose to protect her true identity. Aurora grew up knowing nothing of her royal heritage or the curse that hung over her. She spent her days singing to the forest animals, picking berries, and dreaming of finding true love. Little did she know that her life was about to change forever. As Aurora's 16th birthday approached, the three good fairies began to plan a special surprise for her. They wanted to make her a beautiful dress and a delicious cake to celebrate. However, they soon realized that their attempts at sewing and baking without magic were disastrous. Meanwhile, Aurora was out in the forest, singing and dancing with her animal friends. She told them about a dream she had, where she met a handsome prince. Little did she know that her dream was about to come true in the most unexpected way. In another part of the forest, a young man named Prince Philip was riding his horse, Samson. He heard Aurora's beautiful singing and was instantly captivated. Following the sound, he came upon Aurora dancing with her animal friends. Prince Philip joined in the dance, and the two felt an immediate connection. As they talked and laughed together, Aurora realized it was getting late and she needed to return home. She told Prince Philip to meet her at the cottage that evening, not knowing that she would never make it back there. Back at the cottage, the good fairies had finally given up on doing things without magic. They decided to use their wands to create the perfect dress and cake for Aurora. As they worked, Madame Twinkle and Lady Melody got into an argument about what color the dress should be, pink or blue. Their magic sparks flew out the chimney, touching the attention of Madame Malice's raven, who had been searching for Aurora all these years. When Aurora returned to the cottage, the fairies surprised her with the beautiful gifts and revealed her true identity as Princess Aurora. They explained that she was betrothed to a prince and would be returning to the castle that very night. Aurora was shocked and saddened, for she had fallen in love with the young man she met in the forest, not knowing he was actually Prince Philip. With heavy hearts, the fairies escorted Aurora back to the castle. The king and queen were overjoyed to see their daughter after so many years, but Aurora was lost in thoughts of the young man from the forest. As night fell, Madame Malice put her evil plan into action. She cast a spell on Aurora, luring her away from her room and up a winding staircase to a hidden tower. There, Aurora found a spinning wheel, something she had never seen before. Curious, Aurora reached out to touch the spindle. The good fairies, realizing the danger, rushed to stop her, but they were too late. Aurora pricked her finger on the spindle, and the evil curse came to pass. She fell into a deep, magical sleep. Heartbroken, the good fairies gently laid Aurora on a bed in the highest tower of the castle. To soften the blow for the kingdom, they cast a spell of sleep over everyone in the castle, to awaken only when Aurora did. As news of the sleeping princess spread, Prince Philip returned to the castle, having learned that the girl he met in the forest was actually his betrothed. But before he could reach Aurora, Madame Malice captured him, locking him away in her fortress of evil. The good fairies, realizing that Prince Philip was Aurora's true love and only hope, set out on a daring rescue mission. They snuck into Madame Malice's fortress and freed the prince, gifting him with a magical sword and shield. Prince Philip battled his way out of the fortress, facing Madame Malice's minions and traps. But the wicked fairy had one last trick up her sleeve. She transformed herself into a massive, fire-breathing dragon, determined to stop Prince Philip from reaching Aurora. A fierce battle ensued, with Prince Philip dodging flames and the dragon's sharp claws. The good fairies helped where they could, guiding Philip and strengthening his resolve. In a final, desperate move, Philip threw his magical sword, striking the dragon in its heart. With a terrible roar, Madam, now as the dragon fell from the cliff, defeated at last. Prince Philip raced to the castle, climbing the stairs to the highest tower where Aurora lay sleeping. The whole kingdom held its breath, waiting to see if true love's kiss would indeed break the spell. Prince Philip approached Aurora's bedside, his heart pounding with anticipation and hope. He gazed upon her peaceful face, remembering their brief but magical encounter in the forest. With a gentle touch, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her lips. For a moment, nothing happened. The castle remained silent, and Aurora lay still. But then, slowly, her eyes began to flutter open. A warm smile spread across her face as she recognized the young man from the forest. "It's you," she whispered, her voice filled with joy. As Aurora awakened, so did the rest of the castle. The king and queen rushed to embrace their daughter, overjoyed to see her alive and well. The good fairies watched from afar, their hearts swelling with happiness at the sight of true love triumphant. The kingdom erupted in celebration. Banners were unfurled, trumpets sounded, and people danced in the streets. The long nightmare was over, and their beloved princess had returned to them. In the days that followed, Aurora and Philip spent every moment they could together. They walked through the castle gardens, sharing stories of their lives and dreams for the future. Aurora told Philip about growing up in the forest, and he shared tales of his adventures as a prince. The good fairies, no longer needing to hide their magical abilities, used their powers to help restore the kingdom to its former glory. They repaired damaged buildings, brought withered plants back to life, and spread joy wherever they went. As the excitement of Aurora's return began to settle, the king and queen started planning for a grand wedding. They wanted to unite their kingdom with Philip's, creating a strong alliance that would ensure peace and prosperity for generations to come. Aurora, however, felt overwhelmed by the sudden changes in her life. She loved Philip and was happy to be with her real parents, but she also missed the simplicity of her life in the forest. One night, unable to sleep, she slipped out of the castle and made her way to the old cottage where she had grown up. As she stood in the familiar clearing, memories of her childhood came flooding back. She remembered the song she sang with the birds, The dances she shared with the rabbits and deer, and the quiet moments spent dreaming of adventure. Suddenly, she heard a twig snap behind her. Turning around, she saw Philip standing at the edge of the clearing. "I thought I might find you here," he said with a gentle smile. Aurora felt tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said. I needed to see this place again. Everything has changed so quickly, and sometimes I feel like I'm losing a part of myself." Philip walked over and took her hands in his. "You don't have to apologize," he said. "I understand. This place is a part of who you are, and I love every part of you." His words touched Aurora deeply. She realized that Philip truly saw her for who she was, not just as a princess, but as the forest girl he had fallen in love with. Together, they walked through the cottage and the surrounding woods. Aurora showed Philip all her favorite spots: the stream where she used to splash with the fish, the big oak tree where she would read books to the squirrels, and the flower meadow where she danced under the stars. As dawn broke, they made their way back to the castle. But this time, Aurora felt different. She no longer felt torn between her two worlds. Instead, she felt like she was bringing a piece of the forest with her, integrating it into her new life as a princess. In the weeks that followed, Aurora worked with her parents to make changes in the kingdom. She suggested creating more public gardens and parks so all the people could enjoy the beauty of nature. She also started a program to teach children about the importance of respecting and preserving the forest. Philip supported her in all her endeavors, often joining her on visits to villages and helping to plant trees. The people of the kingdom fell in love with their kind and nature-loving princess, and stories of her gentle rule spread far and wide. As the day of the wedding approached, Aurora felt a sense of peace and excitement. She knew that with Philip by her side, she could face any challenge that came their way. She was no longer just the Sleeping Beauty or the Forest Maiden. She was Aurora, a princess who had found her true self and was ready to lead her kingdom into a bright future. On the eve of her wedding, Aurora stood on her balcony, gazing out at the kingdom that would soon be hers to help rule. A gentle breeze rustled her golden hair, carrying with it the scent of roses from the garden below. As she breathed in the familiar fragrance, a wave of emotions washed over her. She thought about the incredible journey that had brought her to this moment, From her carefree days in the forest to the shocking revelation of her true identity, from the terrifying curse to the miraculous awakening, every step had shaped her into the person she was today. Aurora felt a mix of excitement and nervousness about the future. She was eager to start her new life with Philip, to work together to make their kingdom a better place. But a small part of her still worried. Would she be a good princess? Should she live up to everyone's expectations? As if sensing her turmoil, a little bluebird landed on the balcony railing. It tilted its head, looking at Aurora with curious eyes. She smiled, remembering how she used to confide in her animal friends back in the forest. "Oh, little one," she said softly, "I wish I could be as carefree as you." The bird chirped in response, and Aurora felt a warmth spread through her chest. She realized that even though her life had changed dramatically, some things remained the same. Her love for nature, her kindness, her ability to find joy in simple things, these were all still part of her. Just then, she heard a knock at her door. It was Madame Twinkle, Lady Melody, and Miss Graceful, the three good fairies who had raised her. They entered the room, their faces glowing with pride and a hint of sadness. "My dear," Madame Twinkle said, her voice quivering slightly, "we've come to see how you're feeling on this special night." Aurora rushed to embrace them, feeling a surge of love and gratitude. "Oh, I'm so glad you're here," she said, her eyes brimming with tears. "I don't know what I'd do without you." The fairies gathered around her, their presence comforting and familiar. Lady Melody gently stroked Aurora's hair, just as she used to do when Aurora was a little girl. "We're so proud of you, my dear, she said. "You face so much, and you've done it with such grace and courage." Miss Graceful nodded in agreement. "You're going to be a wonderful princess, Aurora. Your kind heart and your love for all living things will make you a true leader." Aurora felt a lump in her throat. But what if I make mistakes? She asked, voicing her deepest fear. What if I'm not ready for this responsibility? Madame Twinkle took Aurora's hands in hers, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "My dear child," she said, "making mistakes is part of life. It's how we learn and grow. What matters is that you always try your best and listen to your heart. These words resonated deeply with her aura. She realized that she didn't have to be perfect, she just had to be true to herself and do her best for her people. As they talked late into the night, Aurora shared her hopes and dreams for the kingdom. She told them about her plans to create more green spaces, to encourage harmony between humans and nature. The fairies listened attentively, offering advice and encouragement. When the first light of dawn began to peek through the windows, Aurora felt a sense of calm settle over her. She was ready to face whatever the future held, knowing she had the love and support of her family, both her birth parents and the fairies who had raised her. As the fairies prepared to leave, Aurora hugged each of them tightly. "Thank you," she whispered, "for everything, for raising me, for protecting me, and for loving me. I wouldn't be who I am without you." The fairies, touched by her words, each placed a kiss on her forehead. "We will always be here for you, Aurora," Madame Twinkle said. "Whenever you need us, just look to the stars, and we'll be there." With a final wave of their wands, the fairies sprinkled her aura with magical sparkles, blessing her with joy, wisdom, and love for her wedding day and beyond. As Aurora watched them disappear in a shower of twinkling lights, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. She was no longer just Aurora the princess or Briar Rose the forest maiden. She was both and more a bridge between two worlds, ready to bring the magic of the forest to her kingdom and the strength of her royal heritage to protect nature. With a deep breath, she turned to face the new day, her heart full of love, hope, and determination. The sun rose over the kingdom, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, promising a beautiful day for a royal wedding and the start of a new chapter in the tale of the once Sleeping Beauty. As the wedding day dawned, Aurora felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. She donned her beautiful white gown, adorned with delicate lace and shimmering pearls. Her golden hair was crowned with a tiara that had belonged to her mother, symbolizing her royal heritage. Just as she was about to leave her chambers, a commotion erupted in the castle courtyard. Aurora rushed to the window to see what was happening. To her surprise, she saw a group of villagers gathered, looking distressed and angry. Concerned, Aurora made her way down to the courtyard, with her parents and the good fairies close behind. As she approached, she could hear the villagers' worried voices. "Your Highness, an An elderly man stepped forward, towing slightly. "We mean no disrespect, especially on your wedding day. We have urgent news. The forest at the edge of the kingdom is being destroyed by mysterious dark magic." Aurora's heart sank. The forest, her childhood home and a vital part of the kingdom's ecosystem, was in danger. She looked at Philip, who had just arrived at the scene, and saw the same determination in his eyes that she felt. "We cannot ignore this," Aurora said firmly. "Our wedding can wait. We must protect the forest and our people." The king and queen exchanged worried glances, but they knew their daughter was right. "What do you propose, Aurora?" the king asked. Aurora thought for a moment, then turned to the good fairies. "Can you sense what kind of magic is causing this destruction?" she asked. Madame Twinkle closed her eyes, concentrating. "Dark magic, indeed," she said gravely. "Similar to Madame Malice's, but not quite the same. It feels younger, less experienced." "Could it be that Madame Malice had an apprentice?" Philip suggested. The possibility sent a chill through the crowd, but Aurora stood tall, her resolve strengthening. "Then we must face this threat together," she declared. "Philip and I will go to the forest. We'll take a small group of guards, and the good fairies will accompany us." Despite protests from her parents and advisors about the danger, Aurora was adamant. "This kingdom and its people, including the forest and its creatures, are my responsibility now. I will begin my reign by hiding behind castle walls while others suffer." Impressed by her courage and wisdom, the king and queen reluctantly agreed. Quickly, a plan was formed. Aurora and Philip changed into more suitable attire for a forest expedition, and a small group of trusted guards was assembled. As they rode towards the forest, Aurora's heart raced with a mix of fear and determination. The closer they got, the more evident the destruction became. Trees were withered, flowers wilted, and the usual sounds of forest life were eerily absent. At the heart of the forest, they found the source of the dark magic, a young fairy with hair as black as night and eyes glowing with malevolent green energy. She was casting spells that seemed to drain the life from everything around her. "Stop!" Aurora called out, her voice ringing clear through the dying forest. The dark fairy turned, surprise flickering across her face before it settled into a sneer. Well, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm, if it isn't the famous Sleeping Beauty. Come to save your precious trees. Who are you? Philip demanded, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Why are you doing this? The fairy laughed, a hollow sound that echoed unnaturally. I am Thorn, apprentice to the great Madame Malice. I'm here to finish what she started to destroy everything you love. Aurora felt a pang of sadness for this angry young fairy. Thorn, she said gently, taking a step forward despite Philip's protective arm. I understand you're hurt and angry. Madame Malice's defeat must have been hard for you. But destroying the forest won't bring her back or make things right. Thorn's eyes widened in surprise at her or his empathy. For a moment, her harsh expression faltered. You don't understand, she said, her voice quavering slightly. This forest, this kingdom, it all should have been ours. Madame Malice raised me, taught me everything, and your good fairies took her away from me. Aurora's heart ached at the pain in Thorn's voice. She glanced at the good fairies, who looked shocked and saddened by this revelation. We didn't know Madame Malice had a child, Madame Twinkle said softly. If we had, we would have helped you too. We don't have to be enemies, Thorn, Aurora said, taking another step closer. The forest has enough love for all of us. I grew up here too, and I know how magical and special it is. Instead of destroying it, why don't you help us protect it? Thorn's resolve seemed to waver. She looked around at the destruction she had caused, and for the first time, a flicker of regret passed across her face. But what about revenge? She asked, sounding suddenly young and lost. About everything Madame Malice taught me. Revenge only breeds more pain, Philip said, joining Aurora. But forgiveness and kindness, they can heal wounds and create something beautiful. Aurora held out her hand to Thorn. Join us, she said warmly. Help us restore the forest. Use your magic for good, and be part of our kingdom. You don't have to be alone anymore. For a long moment, Thorn stared at Aurora's outstretched hand. The green glow in her eyes flickered and faded. Then, slowly, she reached out and took Aurora's hand. As their hands touched, a wave of golden light spread from her aura through thorn and out into the forest. Withered trees straightened and bloomed anew, flowers burst into color, and the air filled with the songs of returning birds. Thorn looked around in wonder, a genuine smile spreading across her face for the first time. I didn't know magic could feel like this, she whispered. And so, on what was supposed to be her wedding day, Aurora found herself not in a chapel but in the heart of her beloved forest, forging a new alliance and healing old wounds. As she looked at Philip, the good fairies, and now Thorn, she knew that this was just the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with hope, redemption, and the true magic of compassion. Hey there, my little princes and princesses. Can you believe all the amazing things that happened in our story? I bet your eyes are as wide as saucers right now. Let's talk about it for a bit before you snuggle down to sleep. Remember how scared we all were when we know Madame Malice cast that awful spell on baby Aurora? I was hiding under my blanket, but those good fairies were so clever, weren't they? They protected Aurora by raising her in the forest. Wasn't that a brilliant idea? And oh my goodness, when Aurora met Prince Philip in the forest, didn't your heart just go pitter-patter? I know mine did. They danced and sang together, and it was just like a dream. Have you ever had a dream that felt so real and wonderful, but then, oh no, Aurora pricked her finger on that nasty spinning wheel. I was so worried. Were you biting your nails too? I sure was. It seemed like all hope was lost when she fell into that deep sleep. But our brave Prince Philip didn't give up, did he? He fought that big, scary dragon. Can you imagine how frightening that must have been? I think I would have run away as fast as my legs could carry me. But Philip was so brave and strong. And then, the most magical moment of all true love's kiss. Wasn't it wonderful when Aurora woke up? I felt like jumping up and down with joy. Did you cheer too? But you know what I think was the bravest thing Aurora did? Wasn't fighting dragons or breaking curses. It was when she chose to help Thorn instead of being angry with her. That takes a special kind of courage, doesn't it? To be kind to someone who was trying to hurt you. Wow, wasn't it amazing how Aurora's kindness turned all that yucky dark magic into beautiful golden light? It made all the flowers bloom and the birds sing again. It just goes to show that being kind and forgiving can change the whole world. You know, I think we can all be a little bit like Aurora. We might not live in a castle or have magical powers, but we can all choose to be kind and brave every day. What do you think? Can you think of ways you could be kind like Aurora tomorrow? I bet you're feeling sleepy now after all that excitement. Why don't you close your eyes and imagine you're in that beautiful forest with Aurora and all her animal friends? Maybe you'll have magical dreams of your own. Remember, my little ones, you're all special and important, just like Aurora. You have the power to make the world a better place with your kindness and bravery. Sweet dreams, and may your heart always be as pure as Aurora's. All right, my little princes and princesses, it's time to settle down and get ready for Dreamland. Let's take a journey together to help you drift off to sleep, just like Aurora did in her enchanted slumber. First, let's make sure you're nice and cozy in your bed. Snuggle down under your blankets and find that perfect spot where you feel warm and safe. Can you feel how soft your pillow is under your head? It's almost as if you're lying on a cloud in the sky. Now, take a deep breath in through your nose, just like you're smelling the sweet roses in Aurora's garden. Hold it for a moment, then slowly breathe out through your mouth, like you're blowing out a candle. Let's do that a few more times together. In and out, in and out. Feel your body getting heavier and more relaxed with each breath. Imagine you're in Aurora's beautiful forest. The trees are swaying gently in a warm breeze, and you can hear the soft rustling of leaves. Can you picture the pretty flowers all around you? They're every color of the rainbow, and their sweet scent fills the air. Listen closely. Can you hear the birds singing their lullabies? Their gentle melodies are so soothing. And there's a little stream nearby, bubbling and gurgling as it flows over smooth, round pebbles. The sound of the water is so peaceful, it makes you feel even more relaxed. Now, imagine you're lying in a soft patch of grass. The blades tickle your skin ever so gently, and the ground beneath you feels warm from the sun. The sky above is a beautiful shade of blue, with fluffy white clouds floating by. Can you see shapes in the clouds? Maybe one looks like a castle, or a friendly dragon, or even Aurora's spinning wheel. As you lie there, you start to feel very sleepy. Your eyelids are getting heavy, just like Aurora's did when the spell began to work. But don't worry, you're safe and sound in your bed, and you'll wake up in the morning feeling refreshed and happy. The forest animals are starting to settle down for the night too. You see a family of rabbits snuggling together in their burrow, and a deer curling up under a big oak tree. Even the birds are quieting down, tucking their heads under their wings. The sun is setting now, painting the sky in beautiful shades of pink and orange. It's like the good fairies are waving their wands, sprinkling magic sleep dust all over the forest. You can almost feel the tiny sparkles landing on your eyelashes, making them flutter closed. As night falls, the stars come out one by one. They twinkle and shine, like little night lights watching over you. The moon rises too, big and round, casting a soft, silvery glow over everything. It's so peaceful and quiet now, you're feeling so relaxed and sleepy. Your body feels heavy and warm, sinking into your comfortable bed. Your breathing is slow and steady, just like the gentle rise and fall of the sleeping forest. As you drift off to sleep, know that you're safe and loved, just like Aurora was. Tomorrow will bring new adventures and opportunities to be kind and brave. But for now, let yourself float away on a cloud of sweet dreams. Sleep tight, my little ones. May your dreams be filled with magic, wonder, and all the beauty of Aurora's enchanted world. Good night, sleep well, and remember that you're all special and wonderful, just the way you are. our story begins in a cozy little house where a kind woman lived all alone. She had always wanted a child of her own, but never had one. One day, she decided to visit a friendly witch who lived nearby. The witch gave her a magical barleycorn and told her to plant it in a flower pot. The woman did as she was told, and to her amazement, a beautiful tulip grew from the barleycorn. When the tulip's petals opened, there sat a tiny girl, no bigger than the woman's thumb. She was so small and delicate that the woman decided to call her Thumbelin. Thumbelin was a cheerful and sweet little girl. She had golden hair, bright blue eyes, and a voice as soft as a whisper. The woman made her a bed out of a polished walnut shell, with soft rose petals for her mattress and a delicate flower petal for her blanket. During the day, Thumbelin would play in a bowl filled with water, where she would float on a tulip petal like it was a tiny boat. She would sing beautiful songs with her gentle voice, making the woman's heart fill with joy. At night, Thumbelin would sleep in her cozy walnut shell bed, dreaming of the adventure she might have if she were bigger. But she was happy with her life, surrounded by the love of the woman who cared for her. Little did Thumbelin know that her small size would soon lead her on an incredible journey. The world outside her safe home was full of wonders and dangers, and she was about to discover them all. As we follow Thumbelин's adventure, remember that sometimes the smallest among us can have the biggest hearts and the most courage. Are you ready to see what happens to our tiny friend? Let's continue with her amazing story. One warm summer night, while Thumbelin was fast asleep in her walnut shell bed, a big, ugly toad hopped through the open window. When the toad saw Thumbelin, she thought, "What a perfect wife for my son." Without a second thought, the toad snatched up Thumbelin, still sleeping in her bed, and hopped away into the night. The toad took Thumbelin to a muddy pond where she and her son lived. "Look, my son," she croaked, "I found you a beautiful bride." The toad's son, who was just as ugly as his mother, could only say, "Ribbit, ribbit," but he was very pleased with Thumbelin. They placed Thumbelin on a lily pad in the middle of the pond, so she couldn't escape. When Thumbelin woke up, she was terrified to find herself surrounded by water and slimy, plain toads. She began to cry, her tiny tears falling into the pond like little raindrops. The kind-hearted fish who lived in the pond heard Thumbelina's sobs and saw how unhappy she was. They felt sorry for her and decided to help. Working together, they nibbled through the stem of the lily pad, setting it free to float down the stream. As Thumbelina drifted away on her lily pad boat, she waved goodbye to the toads. She sailed past beautiful flowers and under green leaves, watching butterflies dance in the air above her. Despite her fear, she couldn't help but feel a little excited about her unexpected adventure. But Thumbelina's journey was far from over. As she floated along, a handsome butterfly saw her and was enchanted by her beauty. He fluttered down and landed on the lily pad beside her. Thumbelina was delighted to meet such a colorful new friend, and they chatted happily as they continued down the stream together. As Thumbelina and her butterfly friend drifted along, they came across a group of mayflies dancing in the air. The mayflies invited Thumbelina to join their merry dance, and she happily accepted. For a moment, she forgot all her worries as she whirled and spun in the air, held aloft by her butterfly companion. But their joy was short-lived. A gust of wind suddenly swept through, separating Thumbelina from her butterfly friend. She found herself alone once again, clinging to a dandelion seed as she floated through the air. Tears welled up in her eyes as she realized how far from home she had come. As autumn approached, the weather grew colder. Thumbelina shivered, wrapping her arms around herself for warmth. She longed for the cozy walnut shell bed and the kind woman who had cared for her. Will I ever find my way back home? She wondered, feeling small and lost in the big world. One day, Thumbelina came across a field mouse's home. Feeling hungry and tired, she timidly knocked on the door. Mrs. Field Mouse, a plump and friendly creature, opened the door and invited Thumbelina in. "Oh, you poor dear," she exclaimed, seeing how cold and hungry Thumbelina looked. Mrs. Field Mouse gave Thumbelina a warm meal and offered her a place to stay for the winter. Thumbelina was grateful for the kindness, but she couldn't help feeling a twinge of sadness. She missed the sunshine, the flowers, and the freedom of the outside world. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Thumbelina helped Mrs. Field Mouse keep her home tidy. She sang sweet songs to cheer up the old mouse, who grew quite fond of her tiny guest. Yet, despite the comfort and safety of the mouse's home, Thumbelina's heart yearned for something more. One day, Mrs. Field Mouse introduced Thumbelina to her neighbor, Mr. Mole. He was a wealthy mole with a beautiful home full of tunnels and treasures, Mr. Mole was immediately taken with Thumbelina and asked her to sing for him. As Thumbelina's voice filled the tunnels, Mr. Mole found himself falling in love with her Mrs. Field Mouse, seeing an opportunity for Thumbelina to have a comfortable life, encouraged her to consider marrying Mr. No, Thumbelina felt torn. She was grateful for the kindness shown to her, but the thought of living underground forever, never seeing the sun or flowers again, made her heart heavy with sorrow. As winter deepened, Thumbelina spent more time with Mr. Mole in his underground home. One day, while exploring the tunnels, they came across an injured swallow. The poor bird had hurt its wing and couldn't fly south for the winter, Mr. No, who didn't like birds, wanted to leave it there. But Thumbelina's kind heart wouldn't allow it. Every day, Thumbelina secretly visited the swallow, bringing it food and keeping it company. She told the bird stories of the beautiful world above, and in return, the swallow shared tales of far-off lands and the joy of flying. As the swallow's wing healed, Thumbelina's spirit soared with dreams of freedom and adventure. Meanwhile, Mrs. Field Mouse and Mr. Mole were busy planning a wedding. They thought Thumbelina would be happy to marry Mr. Mole, but they didn't understand her longing for sunshine and flowers. Thumbelina felt more trapped than ever, unsure how to express her true feelings. One day, as spring approached, Thumbelina visited the swallow to find it fully recovered. Come with me, the swallow chirped. I can take you to a land where it's always warm and flowers bloom all year round. Thumbelina's heart raced with excitement, but she hesitated, thinking of Mrs. Field Mouse's kindness. Just then, they heard Mr. Mole and Mrs. Field Mouse approaching. Without a second thought, Thumbelina climbed onto the swallow's back. Fly, my friend, she whispered. The swallow spread its wings and soared through a crack in the tunnel ceiling, carrying Thumbelina into the bright spring air. As they flew over fields and forests, Thumbelina's heart filled with joy. She saw flowers blooming and heard birds singing. The swallow told her about a land in the south where tiny flower fairies lived. Perhaps you'll find a home there, it said. When they reached the warm southern land, the swallow gently set Thumbelina down on a large flower. To her amazement, she saw a tiny man with wings no bigger than herself, standing in the center of the flower. He wore a golden crown and had shimmering wings like a dragonfly. The fairy prince was instantly captivated by Thumbelina's beauty and kind heart. He asked her to tell him about her adventures, and as Thumbelina shared her story, the prince fell in love with her courage and spirit. "Will you stay with us and be our queen?" the fairy prince asked, offering Thumbelina a tiny golden crown. Thumbelina's heart swelled with happiness. At last, she had found a place where she truly belonged, among people just her size who loved the flowers and sunshine as much as she did. Can you imagine how happy Thumbelina felt, dear children? After all her adventures, she finally found a place where she truly belonged. Isn't it wonderful when we find friends who understand us and love us for who we are? Think about Thumbelina's bravery throughout her journey. Even when she was scared or lonely, she never gave up hope. She was always kind to others, like the swallow she helped. And in the end, her kindness and courage led her to happiness. How do you think Thumbelina felt when she first saw the fairy prince? Can you picture the beautiful flowers and the tiny fairies flying around? Close your eyes for a moment and imagine you're there with Thumbelina, feeling the warm sun on your face and smelling the sweet scent of flowers. Remember, just like Thumbelina, you are special and unique. No matter how small you might feel sometimes, you have the power to be brave, kind, and to follow your dreams. What adventures do you think you might have? What kind of world would you like to explore? Thumbelina's story teaches us that even when things seem difficult, there's always hope. And sometimes, the most amazing things happen when we least expect them. Now, as we finish Thumbelina's story, it's time for you to rest and have sweet dreams of your own. Snuggle up in your bed, just like Thumbelina in her walnut shell. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Imagine you're floating on a soft lily pad, gently drifting down a calm stream. The stars twinkle above you, and fireflies dance around, lighting your way. You can hear the soft whisper of the wind through the leaves and the gentle lapping of water. Remember, just like Thumbelin, you are brave and kind. Let those feelings fill your heart as you drift off to sleep. Tomorrow is a new day, full of possibilities and adventures waiting just for you. So close your eyes, little one. Let your mind wander to magical places as you fall asleep. Sweet dreams, and may your night be filled with wonder and joy, just like Thumbelин's journey. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled at the edge of a lush, green forest, there lived a sweet young girl named Little Red Riding Hood. She was called this because of the beautiful red cape her grandmother had made for her. Little Red Riding Hood loved to wear her cape everywhere she went, and it made her feel brave and special. Little Red Riding Hood lived with her parents, Mom Emma and Dad Oliver, in a charming cottage with a thatched roof and a pretty garden full of colorful flowers. Every morning, she would help her mother tend to the garden, watering the plants and picking fresh vegetables for their meals. One sunny day, as Little Red Riding Hood was helping her mother in the kitchen, Mom Emma received news that Grandma Rose, who lived on the other side of the forest, wasn't feeling well. Mom Emma decided to prepare a basket of goodies to cheer up Grandma Rose and help her feel better. "My dear," Mom Emma said to Little Red Riding Hood, "would you like to take this basket to Grandma Rose? I've packed her favorite treats, some freshly baked bread, a jar of sweet honey, and a bunch of fragrant lavender from our garden." Little Red Riding Hood's eyes lit up with excitement. She loved visiting her grandmother and was always eager to help. "Of course, Mommy," she exclaimed, clapping her hands with joy. "I'd love to go see Grandma Rose and bring her these yummy treats." Aunt Emma smiled warmly at her daughter's enthusiasm. "That's wonderful, sweetheart. But remember, the forest can be tricky, so you must promise to stay on the path and not talk to any strangers along the way." Little Red Riding Hood nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of her mother's words. "I promise. Mommy, I'll be careful and go straight to Grandma's house." With that, Mom Emma carefully placed the basket in Little Red Riding Hood's arms and tied her red cape snugly around her shoulders. She gave her daughter a big hug and a kiss on the forehead before sending her on her way. As Little Red Riding Hood set off on her journey, she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. The forest path stretched out before her, winding through tall trees and patches of sunlight. Birds chirped merrily in the branches above, and butterflies fluttered from flower to flower. Little did she know that her adventure was about to begin, and that she would soon face challenges that would test her bravery and quick thinking. But for now, Little Red Riding Hood skipped along the path, humming a cheerful tune and looking forward to seeing her beloved Grandma Rose. As Little Red Riding Hood ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and the shadows longer. She kept to the path as her mother had instructed, clutching the basket of goodies tightly. The little girl couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the woods around her, the vibrant wildflowers, the soft moss covering old logs, and the occasional rabbit or squirrel scurrying by. Suddenly, she heard a rustling in the bushes nearby. Little Red Riding Hood stopped in her tracks, her heart beating a little faster. To her surprise, a large gray wolf emerged from the foliage. His fur was shaggy, and his eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Well, hello there, little one," the wolf said in a smooth, friendly voice. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Little Red Riding Hood hesitated, remembering her mother's warning about talking to strangers. But the wolf seemed so polite, and she didn't want to be rude. "I'm on my way to visit my Grandma Rose," she replied cautiously. "She's not feeling well, so I'm bringing her some treats to make her feel better." The wolf's ears perked up at this information. "How kind of you," he exclaimed. "Your grandmother must live nearby. Where exactly does she stay?" Little Red Riding Hood pointed down the path. "Her cottage is just beyond the old oak tree, near the stream," she explained, not realizing the danger in sharing this information. The wolf nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face. "I see. Well, I won't keep you any longer. But say, have you seen the beautiful wildflowers growing just off the path over there?" He gestured to a colorful patch of blooms a short distance away. "I'm sure your grandmother would love a bouquet to brighten her day." Little Red Riding Hood's eyes widened with delight. "Oh, what a wonderful idea!" she exclaimed. "Grandma Rose does love flowers. I'm sure a few won't hurt." As the little girl stepped off the path to pick the flowers, the wolf chuckled to himself. "Enjoy your flower picking, little one," he called out as he slipped away. "I'm sure I'll see you again very soon." Little Red Riding Hood was so engrossed in gathering the prettiest blooms that she didn't notice the wolf's departure. She hummed happily to herself, carefully selecting each flower for her grandmother's bouquet. By the time she finished, she had a beautiful arrangement of daisies, bluebells, and buttercups. Pleased with her colorful bouquet, Little Red Riding Hood returned to the path and continued on her journey to Grandma Rose's house, unaware of the danger that lay ahead. As Little Red Riding Hood approached Grandma Rose's cottage, a strange feeling began to creep over her. birds had stopped singing, and the forests seemed unusually quiet. She clutched her basket tighter, the flowers she had picked now slightly wilted from her nervous grip. "Grandma," she called out softly as she reached the front door. "It's me, Little Red Riding Hood. I've brought you some treats from Mama." A muffled voice came from inside. "Come in, my dear." "The door is open." Little Red Riding Hood pushed the door open slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. The cottage was dark, with only a sliver of light peeking through the drawn curtains. She could make out the shape of her grandmother in bed, but something didn't feel right. "Hi, Grandma," Little Red Riding Hood said hesitantly as she approached the bed. "What big ears you have." "All the better to hear you with." "My dear, outside dear," came the reply, but the voice sounded oddly gruff. Little Red Riding Hood's brow furrowed in confusion. She leaned in closer, trying to get a better look at her grandmother's face in the dim light. "And Grandma, what big eyes you have." "All the better to see you with, my dear." "Oh," figure in the bed answered, and Little Red Riding Hood noticed a glint in those eyes that made her shiver. A sense of unease washed over her. This didn't feel like her loving, gentle Grandma Rose. Where was the warm smile that always greeted her? Where was the comforting scent of lavender that usually filled the cottage? With trembling hands, Little Red Riding Hood set the basket down on the bedside table. She wanted to run, to call for help, but her feet fell true into the spot. Fear and confusion swirled inside her, making it hard to think clearly. "And Grandma," she whispered, her voice barely audible, "what big teeth you have." There was a moment of terrible silence before the figure in the bed suddenly sat up, throwing off the covers. "All the better to eat you with," growled the wolf, for it was indeed the same wolf Little Red Riding Hood had met in the forest. Little Red Riding Hood let out a scream of terror, stumbling backward as the wolf lunged towards her. Tears sprang to her eyes as she realized the terrible mistake she had made by straying from the path and talking to a stranger. Where was her dear Grandma Rose? What had this wicked wolf done to her? In that moment of fear and despair, Little Riding Hood felt more alone than she ever had before. She wished with all her heart that she had listened to her mother's warnings. As the wolf advanced, teeth bared and eyes gleaming with hunger, Little Red Riding Hood closed her eyes tight, hoping against hope that someone would come to her rescue. Just as Little Red Riding Hood thought all hope was lost, the door of the cottage burst open with a loud crash. In strode a tall, burly figure wielding an axe. It was Woodcutter William, a kind-hearted man who lived nearby and often helped Grandma Rose with heavy chores. "Step away from the child, you wicked beast," Woodcutter William bellowed, his voice filled with righteous anger. The wolf, startled by the sudden intrusion, whirled around to face this new threat. He snarled and bared his teeth, but Woodcutter William stood his ground, axe at the ready. Little Red Riding Hood, seizing the opportunity, scrambled away from the wolf and hid behind a large armchair. Her heart was racing, had a glimmer of hope sparked within her. "Where is Grandma Rose?" Woodcutter William demanded, his eyes never leaving the wolf. The wolf, realizing he was outnumbered and outmatched, began to back away slowly. "She's fine," he growled. "I locked her in the closet. I was just playing a little joke." Woodcutter William's face darkened with anger. A joke? Terrorizing an innocent child and an elderly woman? I think not. With swift movements, Woodcutter William herded the wolf towards the open door. The wolf, seeing no other option, turned tail and fled into the forest, never to be seen in those parts again. As soon as the wolf was gone, Little Red Riding Hood rushed to the closet and flung open the door. There, looking shaken but unharmed, was Grandma Rose. "Who, Grandma?" Little Red Riding Hood cried, throwing her arms around her grandmother. "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have talked to the wolf in the forest or told him where you lived." Grandma Rose hugged her granddaughter tightly. There, my dear. You're safe now, and that's what matters most. We all make mistakes, but the important thing is that we learn from them. Woodcutter William helped Grandma Rose to her favorite chair and made sure she was comfortable. Little Red Riding Hood, still sniffling, retrieved the basket of treats she had brought. "I picked these flowers for you too, Grandma," she said softly, presenting the slightly crushed bouquet. "But I'm afraid they're not looking very pretty anymore." Grandma Rose smiled warmly. "They're beautiful, my dear, because they come from your heart." look, they're already perking up, just like we all are now that the danger has passed. As Woodcutter William prepared some tea and Little Red Riding Hood shared out the treats from her basket, a sense of peace and safety settled over the cottage. The little girl's heart swelled with gratitude for Woodcutter William's bravery and her grandmother's forgiveness. "I promise," Little Red Riding Hood said solemnly, "I'll always listen to my Mama's advice from now on. And I'll never stray from the path or talk to strangers again." Grandma Rose patted her hand gently. "That's my wise little girl. Every adventure teaches us something important, doesn't it?" Little Red Riding Hood nodded, feeling older and wiser than she had just a few hours ago. As she sipped her tea and listened to the adults chat, she knew this was an adventure and a lesson she would never forget. "Well, my dear little ones, wasn't that quite an adventure? I can see your eyes are wide with excitement. How did you feel when Little Red Riding Hood met the wolf in the forest? Were you worried for her? And oh my, when she arrived at Grandma's house, did your heart beat faster too? I'm sure you were also brave, just like Little Red Riding Hood. But remember, it's okay to feel scared sometimes. The important thing is to learn from our experiences, just like she did. Now, let's take a moment to think about the story. What would you have done if you were Little Red Riding Hood? Would you have talked to the wolf? It's not always easy to know what to do, is it? I bet you're all feeling a bit sleepy now after such an exciting tale. As you snuggle down in your warm, cozy beds, think about the people who keep you safe, just like Woodcutter William and Grandma Rose. Isn't it wonderful to have family and friends who love and protect us? Remember, my little darlings, adventures are fun, but it's always important to listen to the grown-ups who care about you. They want to keep you safe, just like Mom and Emma wanted to keep Little Red Riding Hood safe. Sweet dreams, my dear children. May your night be filled with happy thoughts and magical dreams. And who knows? Perhaps tomorrow will bring a new adventure for you, but one that's not quite as scary as Little Red Riding Hood's. Now, my little ones, as we come to the end of our story, it's time to settle down for a peaceful night's sleep. Let's take a few deep breaths together, just like Little Red Riding Hood might have done to calm herself after her big adventure. Close your eyes and imagine you're in a cozy cottage, just like Grandma Rose's. The fire is crackling softly, and the room is filled with the sweet scent of lavender. Can you smell it? Feel your body sinking into your soft, warm bed? Your toes are relaxed, your legs are heavy, and your tummy is calm and still. Your arms feel like they're floating on fluffy clouds, and your head is resting on the softest pillow you can imagine. Think about all the people who love and protect you, just like Woodcutter William protected Little Red Riding Hood. They're watching over you as you drift off to sleep. Now, imagine you're walking down a peaceful forest path. The trees are swaying gently in a warm breeze, and you can hear the soft rustling of leaves. With each step, you feel more and more relaxed. As you walk, your eyelids start to feel heavy. You're getting sleep by E-ba and sleep by E-R. The path leads you to a beautiful meadow filled with soft grass and colorful flowers. You lie down in the grass, feeling safe and warm. The stars twinkle above you like a blanket of tiny, shimmering lights. Your breathing becomes slow and steady. You're drifting off to sleep, ready for sweet dreams and a new day of adventures tomorrow. Sleep tight, my darlings. May your dreams be filled with wonder and joy now. In a quaint little village nestled among rolling hills and lush green meadows, there lived a kind-hearted farmer named Mr. Goodheart. He was known throughout the land for his gentle nature and his love for all the animals on his farm. But among all his animals, Mr. Goodheart had a special fondness for his loyal donkey, Mr. Longears. Mr. Longears was no ordinary donkey. He had the softest gray fur that shimmered in the sunlight, and his long ears were always perked up, ready to listen to the world around him. His big brown eyes were full of wisdom and mischief, and he had a smile that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. Every morning, Mr. Longears would wake up early, eager to start his day of helping Mr. Goodheart around the farm. He loved carrying baskets of fresh apples from the orchard, bags of fluffy wool from the sheep, and even buckets of creamy milk from the cows. Mr. Longears took great pride in his work and always tried his best to please his beloved farmer. One sunny morning, as the rooster's croak echoed across the farm, Mr. Goodheart came to the barn with an excited twinkle in his eye. "Good morning, Mr. Longears," he said, patting the donkey's soft nose. "Today is a very special day. We're going on a journey to the big town market, Mr. Longears' ears perked up even more at this news. He loved going to the market. It was always full of new sights, sounds, and smells. Plus, the children in town would often give him tasty carrot treats. But this isn't just any trip to the market, Mr. Goodheart continued. Today, we're going to sell something very special and valuable. Can you guess what it is, Mr. Longears? The clever donkey looked around the barn, trying to figure out what they might be selling. Was it the golden hay, the shiny milk pails, the colorful vegetables from the garden, Mr. Goodheart chuckled at Mr. Longears' curious expression. "We're going to sell salt, my friend. The most precious salt in all the land. Yeah, you might be wondering why salt was so special. Well, in those days, salt was very valuable. People used it to preserve food, add flavor to their meals, and even as medicine. It was worth its weight in gold, Mr. Goodheart had spent months collecting this salt from a secret spring in the mountains. He had carefully dried it in the sun and stored it in strong, waterproof sacks. Now it was time to take it to the market and sell it for a good price. This salt will help us buy new tools for the farm and warm blankets for the winter, Mr. Goodheart explained as he carefully loaded the heavy sacks onto Mr. Longears' back. We must be very careful with it, my friend. If the salt gets wet, it will dissolve, and all our hard work will be lost, Mr. Longears nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of his task. He stood tall and proud, ready to carry this precious cargo to the market. As they set off down the winding path that led to town, the sun was just peeking over the horizon, painting the sky in beautiful shades of pink and gold. The birds were singing their morning songs, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the trees. Mr. Longears trotted along happily, his hooves making a rhythmic clip on the dusty road. He could feel the weight of the salt on his back, but he didn't mind. He was strong and determined to do his job well. As they walked, Mr. Goodheart told Mr. Long-eared stories about the town and the interesting people they might meet at the market. There was Mrs. Sweet Pea, who made the most delicious pies, and Mr. Whistler, who could play any tune on his fiddle. And of course, there were the children who always gathered around to pet Mr. Long ears and feed him treats. The journey to town was long, but Mr. Long-Ears didn't mind. He enjoyed the changing scenery, from the peaceful countryside to the bustling outskirts of the town. He could smell the scent of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakeries and hear the distant sound of the town bell ringing. Little did Mr. Long-Ears know that this trip to the market would be unlike any other he had ever experienced. It would test his cleverness, strength, and his determination. But most of all, would teach him an important lesson about problem solving and the unexpected ways we can find solutions to our challenges. As they approached the town, Mr. Goodheart patted Mr. Long-Ears' neck and said, "You're doing a wonderful job, my friend. Just a little further now, and we'll be at the market. Remember, we must keep the salt dry at all costs, Mr." Long-Ears nodded, ready for whatever adventures lay ahead. Little did he know, those adventures were about to begin sooner than he thought, as Mr. Goodheart and Mr. Long-Ears approached the town. They came to a small stream that crossed their path. Usually, this stream was just a trickle, easy for Mr. Long-Ears to step over. But today, due to recent rains, it had swollen into a rushing brook. Mr. Goodheart looked worried. "Oh dear," he said, scratching his head. "This could be a problem. We need to cross, but we can't risk getting the salt wet, Mr." Long-Ears studied the stream, his clever mind working. He took a careful step into the water, testing its depth. To his surprise, the cool water felt wonderful on his tired hooves. As he waded in a bit further, he noticed something interesting happening. The bags of salt on his back began to feel lighter, Mr. Longears didn't understand why, but he enjoyed the feeling. He splashed around a bit more, relishing the coolness of the water and the lessening of his burden. Mr. Goodheart, however, was not as pleased. "Mr. Longears," he called out, "what are you doing? Come back here at once." Obediently, Mr. Longears returned to the shore. As he shook himself dry, Mr. Goodheart examined the bags of salt. His face fell as he realized what had happened. "Oh no," he sighed. "The water has dissolved some of our salt. The bags are much lighter now. We've lost a good portion of our precious cargo." Mr. Longears felt terrible. He hadn't meant to cause any trouble. He hung his head low, his long ears drooping with shame. Mr. Goodheart patted the donkey's neck gently. "It's all right, my friend. You didn't know. But we must be more careful from now on. Let's find another way across." They walked along the bank until they found a narrow part of the stream with some stepping stones. Carefully, Mr. Goodheart led Mr. Longears across, making sure to keep the remaining salt dry. Finally, they arrived at the market. It was a bustling place, full of colorful stalls, enticing smells, and the chatter of excited shoppers. Despite the setback with the salt, Mr. Goodheart managed to sell what remained for a fair price. As they prepared for the journey home, Mr. Goodheart had an idea. "Mr. Longears," he said, "I think we should try something different for our return trip. Instead of salt, let's carry some sponges back to the farm. They're light and useful, and we can sell them in our village." Mr. Longears nodded, happy to have a new adventure. Mr. Goodheart loaded several large, fluffy sponges onto the donkey's back. They were indeed much lighter than the salt, and Mr. Longears trotted along happily as they left the town. As they approached the stream again, Mr. Longears remembered how good the cool water had felt on his hooves. Without thinking, he stepped into the stream, expecting to enjoy the same refreshing sensation. But something very different happened this time. Instead of his load becoming lighter, Mr. Longears felt the sponges on his back growing heavier and heavier and heavier. The more he stood in the water, the more weight he felt pressing down on him. Alarmed, Mr. Longears tried to move, but he found himself struggling under the increased weight. He let out a distressed cry, calling for Mr. Goodhart's help, Mr. Goodhart quickly realized what was happening. "Oh, Mr. Long Ears!" he exclaimed. "The sponges are soaking up the water. They're becoming much heavier. We need to get you out of the stream quickly. With some effort, Mr. Goodhart managed to guide the struggling donkey back to dry land. Once there, Mr. Longears shook himself vigorously, trying to rid himself of the excess water. But the sponges remained heavy and waterlogged, Mr. Goodhart couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. "Well, my friend," he said, patting Mr. Long Ears' damp fur, "it seems we've learned an important lesson today. What makes one load lighter can make another heavier. We must always think carefully before we act." Mr. Longears nodded, understanding dawning in his big round eyes. He realized that the same action, stepping into the stream, had very different consequences depending on what he was carrying. It was a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. As they continued their journey home, both Mr. Goodhart and Mr. Longears were deep in thought. They had experienced quite an adventure, and they had both learned something valuable, Mr. Longears, in particular, felt wiser for the experience. He knew that from now on, he would think more carefully about his actions and their potential consequences. As they walked along the quiet country road, Mr. Longears felt a mix of emotions swirling inside him. He was happy to be heading home after their exciting day at the market, but he also felt a twinge of sadness and embarrassment about the mistakes he had made. Mr. Goodhart noticed the donkey's drooping ears and slower pace. He gently patted Mr. Longears' neck and said, "Why so glum, my friend? You look like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, and I know it's not just those wet sponges." Mr. Longears let out a soft bray, wishing he could explain how he felt. He was frustrated with himself for not thinking before jumping into the stream, both with the salt and the sponges. He had wanted so badly to help, but instead, he had caused problems. As if reading the donkey's thoughts, Mr. Goodhart spoke softly, "You know, Mr. Longears, making mistakes is a part of life. It's how we learn and grow. I'm not angry with you at all. In fact, I'm proud of you. Mr. Longear's ears perked up in surprise. Proud? How could Mr. Goodheart be proud after all the trouble he had caused? Yes, proud, Mr. Goodheart continued with a warm smile. You see, you showed curiosity and a willingness to try new things. When you first stepped into the stream with the salt, you were exploring and learning. And even though it didn't turn out as we hoped, you learned something valuable, didn't you, Mr.? Longears nodded slowly, beginning to understand. And then, with the sponges, you remembered how good the water felt before. You couldn't have known what would happen, but you were brave enough to try again. That takes courage, would you? My friend, as Mr. Goodheart spoke, Mr. Longears felt a warm glow of happiness spreading through him. He hadn't thought about it that way before. Maybe he wasn't just a silly donkey who made mistakes. Maybe he was a brave explorer, always ready to learn new things. The most important thing, Mr. Goodheart continued, is that you didn't give up. Even when the sponges got heavy, you kept trying to move forward. That's what really matters in life, not that we never make mistakes, but that we keep going and learn from them. Mr. Longears stood a little taller, feeling proud of himself for the first time since their adventure began. He realized that every experience, good or bad, was a chance to learn and grow as they walked, Mr. Longears thought about all the new things he had discovered that day. He had learned about the properties of salt and sponges, about the importance of thinking before acting, and about the value of perseverance. But most importantly, he learned that it was okay to make mistakes as long as he learned from them. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in beautiful shades of orange and pink. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle chirping of crickets, Mr. Longears felt a deep sense of contentment wash over him. Despite the challenges of the day, he was happy to be on this journey with his kind and understanding friend, Mr. Goodheart. As they neared the farm, Mr. Longears made a silent promise to himself. He would always try his best, but he wouldn't be afraid of making mistakes. He would approach each new day with curiosity and courage, ready to learn and grow, Mr. Goodheart seemed to sense the change in Mr. Longear's mood. "You know," he said, "I have a feeling that tomorrow is going to be a wonderful day." "And do you know why, my friend?" Mr. Longears tilted his head questioningly. "Because, Mr. Goodheart said with a twinkle in his eye, "We're going to have so many new adventures to look forward to." And now, we're both a little bit wiser and ready to face whatever comes our way, Mr. Longears let out a happy bray, feeling excited about the future. He realized that every day was a new opportunity to learn, to grow, and to be the best donkey he could be. As they approached the farm, familiar sights and sounds of home filled Mr. Longears with joy. The other animals greeted them with excited noises, curious about their adventure, Mr. Longears couldn't wait to share what he had learned with his farmyard friends. That night, as Mr. Longears settled into his cozy stable, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. He was thankful for Mr. Goodheart's kindness and wisdom, for the exciting adventures they had shared, and for the valuable lessons he had learned. As he drifted off to sleep, his heart was full of hope and excitement for what tomorrow might bring. The next morning, Mr. Longears woke up feeling refreshed and eager to start a new day. As he munched on his breakfast of sweet hay, he overheard Mr. Goodheart talking to Mrs. Cluckington, the head hen of the chicken coop. "We need to find a way to transport our goods without risking them getting wet, Mr. Goodheart was saying, after yesterday's adventure with Mr. Longears, I realize we need a better solution. Mr. Longears' ears perked up. He was curious to see how they would solve this problem. As he listened, he heard Mrs. Cluckington suggest using a cart, but Mr. Goodheart explained that the farm's old cart had broken down and they couldn't afford a new one just yet. Suddenly, an idea popped into Mr. Longears' head. He remembered seeing something interesting at the market yesterday, a merchant using a large, waterproof cloth to cover his goods. Excited by his idea, Mr. Longears let out a loud bray to get Mr. Goodheart's attention. Mr. Goodheart came over, patting Mr. Longears' nose affectionately. "What is it?" "My clever friend. Do you have something to tell me, Mr.?" Longears nodded vigorously and started to act what he had seen at the market. He pretended to drape an invisible cloth over his back, then made motions as if rain was falling, showing how the imaginary goods stayed dry. Mr. Goodheart's eyes lit up with understanding. "Oh, mister, long ears. You're suggesting we use a waterproof cover for our goods? That's brilliant." Excited by the idea, Mr. Goodheart set to work. He found an old tarpaulin in the barn and, with Mrs. Plucking Ton's help, hadn't sewed it into a perfect cover for Mr. Longears' back. They even added straps to keep it securely in place. "Let's test it out, mister," Goodheart said, his eyes twinkling with excitement. He loaded some sacks filled with straw onto Mr. Longears' back and covered them with the new waterproof cloth. Then he led the donkey to the water trough. "Okay, Mr. Longears," he said. "Let's see if this works. Step into the water, but be careful, mister." Longears took a deep breath, remembering his previous experiences with water. But this time, he felt confident. Slowly, he stepped into the trough, feeling the cool water around his hooves, mister. Goodheart used a bucket to pour water over the cloth-covered load, to everyone's delight, when Mr. Longears stepped out and Mr. Goodheart removed the cover. The sacks underneath were completely dry. "You've done it, Mr. Longears," Mr. Goodheart exclaimed, giving the donkey a big hug. "Your clever idea has solved our problem." All the farm animals gathered around, cheering for Mr. Longears. He felt a warm glow of pride in his chest. He had not only learned from his mistakes, but had also found a way to make things better. Over the next few days, Mr. Goodheart and Mr. Longears made several trips to the market, transporting salt, sponges, and various other goods. Each time, they crossed streams and even traveled in the rain, but thanks to the waterproof cover, everything stayed perfectly dry. Word spread about the clever donkey and his innovative solution. Soon, other farmers in the village began asking Mr. Goodheart how they could make similar covers for their own animals. One evening, as Mr. Longears was enjoying a special treat of fresh carrots for his hard work, Mr. Goodheart sat beside him in the stable. "You know, Mr. Longears," he said, stroking the donkey's soft ears. Your idea has not only helped us, but it's helping the whole village. You've shown everyone that making a mistake isn't the end of the world. In fact, it can be the beginning of something wonderful if we learn from it and try to find solutions. Mr. Longears nodded, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He realized that by facing his challenges and not giving up, he had grown in ways he never expected. He was no longer just the farm donkey, he was a problem solver. An innovator and a valued member of the community. As the sun set on another successful day, Mr. Longears looked forward to the future with excitement. He knew there would be more challenges ahead, but now he felt ready to face them. With creativity, perseverance, and the support of good friends, he believed that any problem could be solved. And so, Mr. Longears settled down for the night, dreaming of new adventures and the many ways he might help make the world a little bit better, one clever idea at a time. Well, my little ones, wasn't that a wonderful adventure with Mr. Longears? I can see your eyes sparkling with excitement. Can you imagine how Mr. Longears felt when he first stepped into that stream with the salt on his back? Do you think he was surprised when the bags got lighter? And oh my, when those sponges got all heavy and soggy? Poor Mr. Longears must have been so worried. Have you ever felt like that? Like you've made a big mistake and don't know what to do? It's okay if you have, we all feel that way sometimes. But you know what, Mr. Longears didn't give up, did he? He kept trying and thinking, just like you do when you're learning something new. Maybe you're learning to tie your shoelaces or ride a bike. It might be tricky at first, but if you keep trying, you'll get there. I wonder, what would you have done if you were Mr. Longears? Would you have thought of using a waterproof cover? That was pretty clever of him, wasn't it? It just goes to show that sometimes the best ideas come from our mistakes. You know, I bet, Mr. Longears felt really proud when his idea worked. Can you show me your proud face? Oh, that's wonderful. You should feel proud too, every time you learn something new or help someone. Isn't it amazing how Mr. Longears turned his problem into a solution that helped the whole village? That's what happens when we share our ideas and work together. Can you think of a time when you helped someone or shared a good idea? It feels pretty great, doesn't it? I love how Mr. Cutheart was so kind and patient with Mr. Longears. He reminds me of the special grown-ups in your life who help you learn and grow. Who are those people for you? Or maybe it's your parents, your teachers, or your grandparents? You know, every day is a chance for us to be like Mr. Longears, to be brave, to try new things, and to learn from our experiences. What new thing would you like to try tomorrow? Maybe you'll taste a new food, or try to read a new word, or even help with a task like folding laundry. Remember, it's okay if things don't work out perfectly the first time. That's how we learn and grow, just like Mr. Longears did. The most important thing is to keep trying and to believe in yourself. I'm so proud of you for listening so well to our story tonight. You're growing and learning every day, just like Mr. Longears. I can't wait to see what amazing things you'll do tomorrow. Now, let's take a deep breath together, just like we did at the beginning of our story. Breathe in. And out. Feel how calm and relaxed you are. That's perfect for drifting off into sweet dreams. Maybe even dreams about your own exciting adventures. Alright, my little ones, it's time to settle down and get ready for a peaceful night's sleep. Let's take a moment to relax and think about all the wonderful things we learned from Mr. Longears' adventure. Close your eyes and take a deep breath in, and slowly let it out. Feel your body sinking into your cozy bed, just like Mr. Longears settling into his warm stable for the night. Imagine you're lying in a soft, clean meadow, just like the one on Mr. Goodhart's farm. The grass is tickling your toes, and you can hear the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Can you hear it? It's so soothing, isn't it? Now, picture the fluffy white clouds floating by in the sky above. They're slowly drifting past, changing shapes as they go. One looks like a rabbit, another like a tree, and oh, there's one that looks just like Mr. Longears with his big, floppy ears. As you watch the clouds, you feel your body getting heavier and more relaxed. Your toes are getting sleepy, then your legs, your tummy, your arms, and finally, your head feels so comfortable on your pillow. The sun is starting to set in your imaginary meadow, painting the sky in beautiful shades of pink and orange. It's the same sunset Mr. Longears and Mr. Goodheart saw on their way home from the market. As it gets darker, you see the first twinkling stars appear in the sky. Each one is like a little nightlight, watching over you as you drift off to sleep. Can you count them? 1, 2, 3. Your eyelids are getting heavier with each star you count. In the distance, you hear the soft sounds of the farm animals settling down for the night. There's a gentle moo from the cows, a soft bay from the sheep, and a quiet hee-haw from Mr. Longears. All the animals are getting ready to sleep, just like you. You feel so safe and warm, just like Mr. Longears in his stable. Your bed is your own special place, where you can rest and dream of all the adventures you'll have tomorrow. As you lie there, think about one thing you're grateful for today. Maybe it's the yummy dinner you had, or the fun game you played, or the big hug you got from someone you love. Hold that happy thought in your heart as you drift off to sleep. Remember, just like Mr. Longears, you're growing and learning every day. Tomorrow is a new day full of possibilities, and your body needs rest to be ready for all the exciting things you'll do. So now, let's take one last deep breath together. Breathe in all the happy thoughts from today, and as you breathe out, let go of any worries or silly thoughts that might be bouncing around in your head. Feel yourself sinking deeper into your bed, so cozy and comfortable. Your eyes are getting heavier and heavier, and that's okay. It's time to let them close and for your mind to wander into the land of dreams. Perhaps you'll dream of helping Mr. Longears on the farm, or maybe you'll have your own amazing adventure. Whatever you dream, know that you're safe and loved. Sleep tight, little ones. Sweet dreams, and we'll see you in the morning for another wonderful day. In a charming little pond nestled in the heart of a lush green forest, there lived two inseparable frog friends named Hoppy and Jumper. Hoppy was a bright green frog with sparkling eyes and a cheerful smile, while Jumper was a slightly smaller frog with a beautiful pattern of brown spots on his back. Every day, Hoppy and Jumper would wake up as the sun's first rays danced across the pond surface. They'd stretch their little froggy legs and greet each other with a friendly ribbit. Before starting their daily adventures. One sunny morning, as they sat on their favorite lily pad, Hoppy turned to Jumper and said, "You know, Jumper, we've explored every inch of this pond. Don't you think it's time for a new adventure?" Jumper's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, yes. That sounds wonderful, Hoppy. But where should we go?" Hoppy thought for a moment, tapping his webbed foot on the lily pad. Suddenly, his face lit up with an idea. "I've got it. Let's explore beyond the pond and see what lies in the big world out there." Jumper clapped his little hands together. "That's a fantastic idea. I've always wondered what's on the other side of those tall reeds." So with hearts full of excitement and curiosity, Hoppy and Jumper decided to embark on a grand adventure beyond their familiar pond. They packed some tasty flies for snacks, said goodbye to their fish friends, and promised the wise old turtle they'd be back soon. As they hopped out of the pond and onto the soft grass, they felt a mix of nervousness and thrill. The world seemed so big and new. They could hear birds singing melodies they'd never heard before, and the air was filled with strange, wonderful scents. "Look, Jumper, Hoppy exclaimed, pointing with his little froggy finger. There's a path leading into the forest. Shall we follow it? Jumper nodded eagerly, and off they went, hopping along the winding path. The forest was a magical place, with towering trees that seemed to touch the sky and colorful flowers that nodded their heads in the gentle breeze. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered all sorts of new creatures. A friendly squirrel showed them how to crack open nuts, and a kind rabbit taught them how to wiggle their noses. They even met a wise owl who shared stories about the forest's history. But little did Hoppy and Jumper know that their biggest challenge was yet to come. As the day went on and the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, our froggy friends realized they had wandered far from home. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming during the day, now felt a bit scary in the fading light. Hoppy, Jumper whispered, his voice trembling slightly. I think we might be lost. How will we find our way back to the pond? Hoppy put a comforting arm around his friend. Don't worry, Jumper. We're in this together, and I'm sure we'll find our way home. Let's put our froggy heads together and come up with a plan. And so, as night fell in the forest, Hoppy and Jumper faced their greatest adventure yet, finding their way back to their beloved pond. Little did they know that this journey would test their friendship, courage, and problem-solving skills in ways they never imagined. As darkness settled over the forest, Hoppy and Jumper huddled together under a large leaf, trying to stay brave. The night was filled with unfamiliar sounds, hooting owls, rustling leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig. What should we do? Hoppy, Jumper asked, his eyes wide with worry. Hoppy thought for a moment, then brightened up. I have an idea. Remember how we always find our way around the pond by listening to the sound of water. Maybe we can do the same thing here. Excited by this plan, the two frogs closed their eyes and listened carefully. At first, all they could hear were the nighttime forest noises. But then, faintly in the distance, they heard a gentle trickling sound. Water. They exclaimed together, hopping with joy. Following the sound, Hoppy and Jumper made their way through the dark forest. They helped each other over fallen logs and around thorny bushes, always keeping their ears tuned to the sound of water. As they traveled, they encountered new challenges. A group of fireflies, curious about the two lost frogs, offered to light their way. Grateful for the help, Hoppy and Jumper followed the twinkling lights through a particularly dark part of the forest. Suddenly, they came across a wide, rushing stream. The water looked deep and fast, nothing like their calm, familiar pond. "Oh no," Jumper said, his voice quivering. "How will we cross this?" Hoppy looked around and spotted a line of stepping stones. "Look, Jumper. We can hop across those rocks." But as they approached the first stone, they realized it was much bigger than anything they'd ever jumped before. Jumper hesitated, fear creeping into his heart. I don't think I can do it, Hoppy," he admitted, hanging his head. Hoppy put a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. "Of course you can, Jumper. Remember how we always win the jumping contests back at the pond. This is just like that, only a bigger. We'll do it together, one hop at a time." Encouraged by Hoppy's words, Jumper took a deep breath and prepared to jump. Hoppy went first, showing Jumper how to gather his strength and leap. With a mighty hop, Hoppy landed safely on the first stone. "Your turn, Jumper," she called out. "You can do it." Jumper closed his eyes, thought of all the times he'd successfully jumped in the pond, and leapt. To his surprise and delight, he landed right next to Hoppy. "I did it!" Jumper cheered, his confidence growing. Stone by stone, hop by hop, the two frogs made their way across the stream. Each jump became easier as their confidence grew. When they reached the other side, they hugged each other, proud of what they had accomplished together. As they continued their journey, following the sound of water, Hoppy and Jumper realized that they were stronger and braver than they had ever known. They faced each new challenge with determination, working together and encouraging each other every step of the way. Little did they know, their greatest test was still to come, but with their newfound courage and teamwork, they were ready to face whatever lay ahead on their journey back home. As Hoppy and Jumper continued their journey through the night, they found themselves in a moonlit clearing. The silvery light cast long shadows, and the air was filled with a soft, magical glow. They decided to take a short rest, their little froggy legs tired from all the hopping. Sitting on a smooth rock, Jumper looked up at the starry sky and sighed. "Hoppy," he said softly, "I miss our pond. Do you think we'll ever find our way back?" Hoppy felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. He missed their home too, but he didn't want to show his worry to Jumper. "Of course we will," he replied, trying to sound confident. "We've come so far already." Remember how scared we were of that big stream, but we did it? Jumper nodded, a small smile appearing on his face. "You're right. We've done things I never thought we could do." As they sat in silence for a moment, both frogs realized how much they had grown during this adventure. They had faced their fears, solved problems, and discovered strengths they didn't know they had. "You know, Jumper," Hoppy said thoughtfully, "even though I miss our pond, I'm glad we went on this adventure together. I've learned so much about myself, and about you too." Jumper looked at his friend curiously. "What do you mean?" Hoppy's eyes sparkled with emotion. "Well, I always knew you were a good friend, but now I see how brave and determined you are too. When you were scared to jump those rocks, you didn't give up. You trusted me and believed in yourself. That was really amazing." Jumper felt a warm glow in his heart at Hoppy's words. "Thanks, Hoppy." "I feel the same way about you. You've been so positive and encouraging this whole time. Even when things look scary, you always found a way to make me feel better." The two friends shared a heartfelt hug, their bond stronger than ever. They realized that no matter where they were in their familiar pond or in this strange forest, they had each other, and that was what truly mattered. As they prepared to continue their journey, a gentle breeze rustled through the clearing. It carried with it a familiar scent, the sweet, fresh smell of their pond. Hoppy and Jumper looked at each other, their eyes wide with excitement and hope. "Do you smell that?" Hoppy asked, his voice trembling with joy. Jumper nodded enthusiastically. "It's our pond. We must be getting close." With renewed energy and determination, the two frogs set off again, following the scent of home. As they hopped through the forest, they felt a mix of emotions: excitement to be nearing their goal, pride in how far they'd come, and a touch of sadness that their grand adventure was coming to an end. But most of all They felt grateful. Grateful for their friendship, for the courage they'd found within themselves, and for all the wonderful experiences they had along the way. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with soft pinks and oranges, Hoppy and Jumper knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, stronger and braver than ever before. With their hearts full of hope and the scent of home guiding them, Hoppy and Jumper hopped through the forest with renewed energy. The trees began to thin out, and they could hear the familiar sounds of their pond growing louder. Suddenly, they came to a steep hill. At the bottom, they could see their beloved pond glistening in the early morning light. They were so close. We're almost there, Hoppy exclaimed excitedly. But as they looked down the hill, they realized it was much steeper than anything they had encountered before. The slope was covered in loose pebbles and looked very slippery. Jumper's excitement turned to worry. Hoppy, how are we going to get down there? It looks so dangerous. Hoppy surveyed the hill, his mind racing to find a solution. He remembered all the challenges they had overcome together and knew they could figure this out too. Let's think about this, Hoppy said calmly. What have we learned on our journey that could help us now? Jumper thought hard. Well, we learned to listen for water, to use teamwork, and to be brave even when things seem scary. That's right. Hoppy agreed. So how can we use those lessons here? As they brainstormed, Jumper had an idea. What if we use those big leaves over there? He suggested, pointing to some large, sturdy leaves nearby. We could sit on them and slide down the hill. Hoppy's eyes lit up. That's brilliant. Jumper. And we can hold on to each other to make sure we stay safe. Together, they gathered the biggest leaves they could find. They positioned themselves at the top of the hill, sitting on their leafy sleds. Are you ready? Hoppy asked, reaching out to hold Jumper's hand. Jumper took a deep breath and nodded. Ready as I'll ever be. With a gentle push, they began to slide down the hill. At first, it was scary they were going so fast. But as they zoomed down, holding tight to each other and their leaves, their fear turned to excitement. Wait, they shouted together, laughing as they sped towards their pond. As they neared the bottom, they saw a problem. They were heading straight for a patch of thorny bushes. Thinking quickly, Hoppy spotted a small ramp-like rock. "Jumper," he called out. "Let's aim for that rock. We can use it to jump over the bushes." Working together, they steered their leaf sleds towards the rock. As they hit it, they pushed off with all their might, soaring through the air. For a moment, it felt like they were flying. With a splash, they landed safely in their pond, right on their favorite lily pad. They had made it home. As they caught their breath, Hoppy and Jumper looked at each other and burst into joyous laughter. They had faced their biggest challenge yet and overcome it together. The other pond creatures gathered around, amazed to hear about their adventure. Hoppy and Jumper told their story, describing the beautiful forest, the kind creatures they met, and all the obstacles they overcame. "We were scared sometimes," Jumper admitted to their friends, "but we never gave up." Hoppy nodded in agreement, "And we learned that together we can do anything." As the sun rose higher in the sky, warming their little froggy bodies, Hoppy and Jumper realized that while they were happy to be home, their adventure had changed them. They were braver, stronger, and even better friends than before. And they knew that whenever they looked at the forest beyond their pond, they would remember their amazing journey and the valuable lessons they had learned. Well, hi little ones, wasn't that an exciting adventure? I bet you were cheering for Hoppy and Jumper the whole time. Can you imagine how they felt when they were lost in the big, dark forest? It must have been a bit scary, don't you think? But you know what? Hoppy and Jumper showed us that being brave doesn't mean you're never afraid. It means facing your fears and not giving up, just like they did. I wonder, have you ever felt like Hoppy and Jumper? Maybe when you tried something new for the first time, or when you had to solve a tricky problem. It's okay to feel a little scared sometimes, but remember, you're stronger than you think. And isn't it wonderful how Hoppy and Jumper helped each other? That's what true friends do. They support each other and make each other braver. Do you have a special friend like that? Now, close your eyes for a moment and think about Hoppy and Jumper's journey. Can you picture the magical forest they explored, the rushing stream they crossed, the big hill they slid down? Imagine all the amazing things they saw and learned. Remember, every day can be an adventure if you look at it the right way. Maybe tomorrow you can be like Hoppy and Jumper brave, curious, and kind. Who knows what exciting things you might discover? So, my little adventurers, as you snuggle down in your cozy beds, think about the adventures waiting for you. And remember, just like Hoppy and Jumper, you can do amazing things when you believe in yourself and work together with your friends. Now, my little adventurers, it's time to rest your eyes and let your imagination drift off to dreamland. Just like Hoppy and Jumper found their cozy lily pad, you're stuck in your warm bed. Take a deep breath in and slowly let it out. Feel your body relaxing, sinking into your soft mattress. Imagine you're floating on a gentle pond, just like our froggy friends. Think about all the wonderful things you learned from Hoppy and Jumper's story. Their bravery, their friendship, and their amazing journey. As you close your eyes, picture yourself on your own magical adventure. Maybe you're hopping through an enchanted forest, or sliding down a hill on a big leaf. Perhaps you're making new friends with kind forest creatures, or discovering hidden treasures. As you drift off to sleep, remember that tomorrow is a new day full of possibilities. Just like Hoppy and Jumper, you're brave, smart, and capable of amazing things. Good night, little ones. May your night be filled with magical adventures and happy thoughts.
worry, Piggy Pig.